The sound of the paper tearing was louder than any gunshot I had ever heard on the training grounds. It was the sound of my heart, my life, my 3 years of devotion, being shredded into meaningless confetti. I stood frozen in his living room watching the man I loved, Liam Hayes, destroy the physical proof of our union with his own hands. "It's over, Chloe." His voice was a shard of ice, so cold it burned. "Sign the papers and get out." Snow lashed against the window panes of the military compound house, a fitting backdrop for the desolation inside me. I clutched the folded square of paper hidden behind my back, the secret I had carried for weeks, my nails digging half-moons into my palm. The diagnosis. The one that had filled me with a dread he would never understand. Now it felt like a pathetic, useless shield against his contempt. I forced my eyes to his face, the handsome, strong features I had traced with my fingers so many times. The uniform with its single star and 2 bars on the epaulettes seemed to mock me. He was Colonel Liam Hayes, a rising star. And I was just Chloe Reed, the woman he was discarding. "Maya's back," he said, and the name hung in the air between us, toxic and final. Maya. His childhood sweetheart. The one who had chosen the factory director's son over a lowly soldier stationed in the countryside. The one who had come crawling back the moment he earned his rank and prestige. A bitter laugh escaped my lips, tears welling but refusing to fall. "Liam, have you forgotten who pulled you out of the mud and despair of that village? Who stood by you for 3 long years? Who defended you when the entire military district questioned your integrity?" "Chloe, don't," he snapped, his jaw tight. "Don't bring up the past. Maya had her reasons back then." "Her reasons?" The laugh was hysterical now. "Her reason was that she married another man for money. Her reason is that she's a social climber who only wants you now that you're someone." "That's enough." His fist came down on the wooden table, making the teacups rattle violently. "I didn't come here to rehash ancient history. Sign the divorce papers. You can have the apartment in the city. I'll give you 500 yuan. Consider it compensation." Compensation. 500 yuan to erase 3 years of my youth, my love, every sacrifice, every cold night spent waiting for him, every battle fought at his side. I stared at his emotionless face and I felt something inside me turn to stone, cold and hard. "Fine," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "I'll sign." I picked up the pen. It felt heavy, like I was signing away my own soul. I scrawled my name, Chloe Reed, across the bottom of the document, the strokes quick and bold, a final act of defiance. As the ink dried, the door creaked open. She walked in as if on cue, wrapped in a stylish wool coat that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. "Maya." She slid her arm through Liam's with a practiced ease. "Liam, is everything taken care of?" she asked, her voice a sickeningly sweet simper. Her eyes, however, darted to me, laced with a venomous triumph. Liam's entire demeanor softened. The hard lines around his mouth relaxed. "Yeah, it's done." Only then did Maya deign to look at me directly, a smug smile curling her perfectly painted lips. "Chloe Reed, thank you for stepping aside. Liam and we were always meant to be." I watched them standing there together, a perfect, horrible picture. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. A strange, numb calm settled over me. I quietly gathered the few things I had brought with me into a small bag and walked out of the house I had foolishly believed would be my forever home. The wind outside was a physical assault, the snow stinging my cheeks. I wrapped my thin old coat tighter around myself, but the cold was inside me now, seeping into my bones. I wandered aimlessly through the streets of the compound, then beyond its gates into the anonymous city. The world was a blur of white and gray. I had nowhere to go, no one to turn to. "Maybe I'll just freeze to death out here," I thought with a detached sort of interest. It would be easier. Just as my legs began to feel like lead, a black Jeep pulled up beside me, its tires crunching on the frozen slush. The window rolled down, revealing a sharply defined, brutally handsome face I knew all too well. It was a face that inspired fear and respect in equal measure. Cale Vance. Liam's sworn enemy. The most feared and ruthless man in the entire military district. "Get in," he commanded, his voice even colder than the storm raging around us. I hesitated for only a second. What did I have to lose? My pride was already ashes. My future was a blank, white void. I opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. The warmth inside the car was a shock to my system, a stark contrast to the emptiness in my soul. He didn't look at me, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Where to? I don't know, I whispered, watching the familiar streets of my old life blur past the window. Cale said nothing more. The silence in the car was thick but not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two predators sizing each other up, or perhaps two wounded animals seeking shelter. He drove with a focused intensity, and eventually the car stopped in front of a small, detached two-story villa, its lights glowing warmly against the oppressive gloom. "We're here," he said, cutting the engine. I blinked. "Where is this?" "My house." My voice rose in confusion. "Why did you bring me to your place?" Finally he turned his head. His eyes, a deep, intense shade of obsidian, locked onto mine, and I felt a jolt like a static shock. There was an unnerving intelligence in that gaze, a perception that seemed to see right through my fragile composure. "Chloe Reed," he said, his tone flat and utterly serious. "Marry me." I froze. The world tilted on its axis. Had the cold finally addled my brain? What did you say?" "I said marry me," he repeated, each word deliberate and clear. "I know you just divorced Liam Hayes. Marry me and I'll help you get the revenge you deserve." I stared at him, searching his face for any sign of mockery, any hint that this was a cruel joke. There was none. His expression was deadly serious. "Why me?" I managed to stammer. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. "Because you're the only person I've ever seen put Liam Hayes in his place in front of a room full of senior officers. And because," he added, the smile fading, "I also need a wife." The pieces clicked into place. The pressure from his family. The need for a respectable front. This wasn't a rescue, it was a transaction. A business proposal from one damaged soul to another. And in that moment, it was the most sensible offer I had ever received. Drowning in the pain of the past was not an option. Seizing a weapon, even a dangerous one like Cale Vance, was. I looked him straight in those unnerving dark eyes. "All right," I said, my voice clear and firm. "I'll marry you." He seemed momentarily taken aback by my swift agreement. A flicker of surprise, then a low chuckle. The sound was rough, but it transformed his face, like the first crack of sunlight through a frozen landscape. "Good," he said. "If it's inconvenient tonight, there's a guest house nearby. Tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock. Civil Affairs Bureau." "Okay," I nodded. The next day I stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Cale was already there, leaning against his Jeep in casual clothes, a cigarette dangling from his fingers. He looked more like a dangerous underworld kingpin than a military captain. When he saw me, he stubbed out the cigarette and walked over. "Let's go," he said, his tone all business. The process was bureaucratic and swift. In a matter of minutes, we walked back out into the daylight, a little red booklet in my hand that declared me Mrs. Chloe Vance. I had a new name and a new husband I barely knew. "From today you are Mrs. Vance," Cale said, pressing a cold metal key into my palm. "That villa is our home now." I clutched the key, a swirl of conflicting emotions making me dizzy. Just then a familiar sedan pulled up beside us. My blood ran cold. The window rolled down to reveal Liam's stunned, pale face. "Chloe? You too?" His eyes dropped to our joined hands and his pupils contracted to pinpricks. Cale's arm slid around my waist, pulling me firmly against his side. "Just as you see, Hayes," he said, his voice calm but laced with open provocation. "Chloe is my wife now." Liam's face went through a series of terrifying transformations. Shock, disbelief, and finally, a rage so pure it seemed to bleach the color from his skin. "Impossible," he choked out. "When did this happen?" "Just now," I said, finding a strength I didn't know I possessed. I slipped out of Cale's embrace, reached into my bag and pulled out the brand new marriage certificate. I waved the little red book in front of him like a flag of victory. "See for yourself, Colonel Hayes. Are we even now?" He stared at the certificate as if he could set it ablaze with the heat of his glare. In the passenger seat beside him, Maya's face was a mask of fury and shock, her perfect composure shattered. "Chloe," she said, her voice dripping with faux concern. "How could you do this to yourself? Captain Vance, he's a..." She trailed off as if the word was too terrible to speak. "A madman." I finished for her, my voice colder than the winter air. At least this madman didn't throw his wife out into the snow for the woman who abandoned him. Maya's face flushed a blotchy red. You. Enough. Liam cut her off, his voice a low, dangerous growl. His eyes, when they met mine, were a turbulent sea of confusion and something else. Was it a flicker of pain? Chloe, have you really thought this through? Do you have any idea what you've gotten yourself into? I've never been clearer about anything in my life, I said, and I meant it. I turned to Cale, offering him a bright, dazzling smile that was entirely for Liam's benefit. Cale, darling, let's go home. Sure, sweetheart. Cale's response was smooth as silk. He reached out and ruffled my hair with an affection that felt startlingly genuine. He opened the car door for me, shielding me from the biting wind with his body, a gesture of possession and care that was not lost on Liam. From beginning to end, he never once glanced back at my ex-husband. As the Jeep sped away, leaving them in our dust, the false smile melted from my face. I slumped in the seat, the adrenaline draining away and leaving me exhausted and hollow. Cale didn't speak until we were back at the villa. He gave me a brief tour. The first floor was open plan, modern and minimalist, but surprisingly warm with its dark wood and soft lighting. The study was lined with books, a surprising touch for a man known for his brutality on the training field. The second floor is the bedrooms, he said, leading the way up. Pick whichever one you like. I'll just take the guest room, I replied quickly. He stopped and turned to me, his expression unyielding. You're the lady of this house. You'll take the master bedroom. We're in a contract marriage, I argued, feeling a flush of embarrassment. This seems unnecessary. We are married, he stated plainly. And we will look the part. Especially in front of others. We will be a loving husband and wife. Understood. I nodded, too tired to argue further. Understood. That night I lay on the enormous, impossibly soft bed in the master bedroom. It felt alien, too large and too empty. I tossed and turned, the events of the day replaying on a loop behind my eyelids. But it wasn't Liam's betrayed face or Maya's smugness that haunted me the most. It was the feel of Cale's arm around my waist, the scent of his cologne, clean and sharp like sandalwood and frost, that lingered in my senses. And beneath my pillow, the diagnosis crinkled with every movement, a constant anxious reminder of the secret I carried. Should I tell him? Would he, like Liam, see me as damaged goods? A flawed product in our business arrangement? Just as my thoughts began to spiral into a panic, a soft knock sounded at the door. You awake? It was Cale's voice, low and steady. I shot up in bed, my heart hammering. Before I could form a response, the door opened and he walked in, holding a cup of steaming milk. Drink this, he said, placing it on the nightstand. It'll help you sleep. Thank you, I murmured, pulling the blankets higher. He didn't leave. He just stood there, a tall, silent silhouette in the dim light, watching me. His gaze was so deep, so unreadable, it felt like a physical weight. Something on your mind? He asked suddenly. His perception was unnerving. I flinched, nearly knocking over the cup. No. Nothing. Chloe, he said, and his voice was surprisingly gentle. We're married now. If something is bothering you, you can talk to me. I looked into his eyes, and for the first time I saw no calculation, no cold strategy. Just a quiet, patient sincerity. It was that, more than anything, that broke down my defenses. The words tumbled out before I could stop them. I reached under the pillow and pulled out the crumpled paper. My hand trembled as I handed it to him. I might not be able to have children. He took the diagnosis, his face impassive in the moonlight. He scanned it quickly, his brow barely furrowing. There was no gasp of shock, no look of pity or disgust. So, he said finally, his voice still calm. Liam divorced you because of this? I shook my head vehemently, tears pricking my eyes. He doesn't know. I never told him. This seemed to surprise him. His eyes lifted to meet mine. Why not? What difference would it have made? I said, a bitter taste in my mouth. His heart was already with Maya. This would have just been another excuse. Another reason for him to see me as inadequate. Cale was silent for a long time, just looking at me. He folded the paper with deliberate care and handed it back to me. Get some sleep, he said, his tone firm yet kind. Don't overthink it. If the sky falls, I'll be the one to hold it up for you. Then he turned and walked out, closing the door softly behind him. I sat there, clutching the diagnosis, the warmth from the milk cup seeping into my cold fingers. Watching his retreating back, a strange foreign warmth spread through my chest, thawing a tiny piece of the ice that had encased my heart. For the first time since Liam tore up our certificate, I felt a flicker of something that wasn't despair. It was something dangerously close to hope. The warmth from Cale's unexpected kindness lasted through the night, a small, steady flame in the vast cold of my new reality. I actually slept, a deep, dreamless sleep that felt like a healing balm. When I woke, sunlight was streaming through the unfamiliar window, painting gold on the wooden floor. I came downstairs to find Cale in the kitchen, a domestic scene so surreal I had to blink twice. He moved with the same efficient grace he probably used disassembling a rifle. "Hurry up and eat before it gets cold," he said, nodding toward the small table where steamed buns and a thermos of soy milk sat. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. I should be the one doing this. The cooking, I mean. He placed another bun on a plate and pushed it toward my seat. "No need. I'm a grown man. I'm not going to make you wait on me hand and foot." He said it so matter-of-factly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It was a stark contrast to Liam, who had always expected his home to be a perfectly run refuge, with me as its chief attendant. I smiled, a real, unforced smile, and didn't argue. We ate in a comfortable silence, the only sound the morning birds outside. After breakfast, he got ready to leave for the base, shrugging on his uniform jacket. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, he paused and turned back. "Oh, right," he said, his tone casual as if mentioning the weather. "My mother's coming for a visit in a few days. Just giving you a heads up." My chopsticks froze mid-air. "Your mother?" He nodded, his expression unreadable. "Yeah. If she says anything harsh, don't take it to heart." His dark eyes met mine, steady and sure. "I've got you." I managed a weak nod, but a nest of snakes began to writhe in my stomach. Cale's mother. Eleanor Vance. Her reputation preceded her. A dragon lady of the highest order, a socialite known for her sharp tongue and even sharper ambitions for her son. And I, the surprised, divorced, and utterly unsuitable daughter-in-law, was about to be served up on a platter. The next 3 days were a slow-burn anxiety. I tried to settle into the villa, but every creak of the floorboards made me jump. When the day arrived, I was in the courtyard, hanging out the heavy winter bedding to air, trying to find solace in the simple physical task. The gate swung open with a force that rattled the hinges. She stood there, a vision of imposing elegance in a tailored wool suit, her hair perfectly coiffed. Her eyes, the same obsidian as Cale's but without their hidden warmth, swept over me and the courtyard with undisguised judgment. "So you're Chloe Reed," she said, her voice like chipped ice. I put down the bedding, forcing my hands not to tremble. "Hello, Mrs. Vance. I'm Chloe." I offered a polite smile, hoping to defuse the situation. "Who are you calling Mrs. Vance?" she scoffed, a cold, dismissive sound. "I'm not your elder. Don't try to flatter me with false familiarity." My smile froze and died on my lips. The air grew thick with her disdain. "Where's Cale?" she demanded, her gaze sweeping past me as if I were a piece of furniture. "He's at the base," I said softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "The base? The base?" she huffed, her fury igniting. "All he cares about is that damn base. And now, just to marry a divorced woman like you, he doesn't even care to be home to greet his own mother." "Mom, what are you doing here?" Cale's voice cut through the tension like a knife. He stood at the gate, a netted bag full of oranges and pears in his hand. "You must have come home early." The moment Eleanor Vance saw him, her fury found a new target. "If I hadn't come, you'd be completely out of control by now," she snapped, advancing on him. "Cale, I'm telling you, I do not approve of this woman. She is not welcome in the Vance family." "My marriage is my own decision," Cale replied, his voice firm as granite. He set the fruit down on the stone table in the courtyard with a definitive thud. "Chloe is the woman I've chosen to be my wife. No one can change that. Not even you." Mrs. Vance actually trembled with rage. "So, you're going to oppose your own mother for her?" "I'm not opposing you, Mom," Cale said, his tone softening a fraction, a masterful display of diplomacy. "Chloe is a good person. Once you get to know her, you'll see that too." "I don't care," she shrieked, now fully in the throes of a tantrum. She pointed a trembling finger between him and me. It's either her or me. If she stays, I'm gone. I felt a massive headache blooming behind my eyes. This was a disaster. I was tearing his family apart before our marriage was even a week old. And then, as if summoned by the drama, the noisy sound of gossiping voices floated into the courtyard. A group of military wives had gathered just outside the gate, led by the compound's most notorious busybody, Mrs. Chen. Well, if it isn't Mrs. Vance. What a rare visit. Mrs. Chen chirped, her eyes gleaming with avid curiosity. Eleanor's expression turned thunderous. What are you all looking at? Get lost. But Mrs. Chen, emboldened by the audience, didn't flinch. She waltzed right in, a grin plastered on her face. Don't be upset, Mrs. Vance. We just heard that Cale got himself a new bride and came to take a little look. As she spoke, her eyes raked over me from head to toe. Oh my, so this is the new bride. She's certainly pretty, but why does she look so familiar? She's Liam Hayes' ex-wife, one of the other women whispered, not quietly enough. What? Liam's ex-wife? Mrs. Chen's eyes widened into saucers. No way. Weren't they just divorced the other day? And now she's already married to Captain Vance? That's fast. She let out a low whistle. Wow, this woman sure is something else. The whispers swarmed around me like wasps, each one a tiny, stinging needle. Shameless. Cunning. A social climber. I could feel the words, even unspoken. My hands clenched into fists at my sides, my knuckles white. I felt the color drain from my face, my carefully constructed composure cracking under the assault. Enough. Cale's roar was like a clap of thunder, silencing the courtyard instantly. He moved to stand protectively in front of me, his body a solid wall between me and the gossiping women. His glare was so icy it could have frozen hell over. Chloe Vance is my wife, he said, his voice low and deadly. You have no right to stand on my property and gossip about her. If I hear another word from any of you, I will personally ensure your families are transferred to the most remote posting I can find. Is that clear? Mrs. Chen flinched, her smug grin vanishing, replaced by pure fear. See here, Captain Vance, we were just joking. Leave. Now. They didn't need to be told twice. Mrs. Chen and her cronies turned tail and fled, practically tripping over each other in their haste. Even Eleanor Vance was stunned into silence by the raw, protective fury her son had displayed. If you've got nothing else to say, Mom, Cale said, his voice returning to a cold, flat calm. Then please go home. Chloe and I have something to discuss. His mother opened her mouth, then closed it again. With one last furious glare in my direction, she spun on her heel and stormed out of the courtyard, the gate slamming shut behind her. Peace returned, fragile and heavy. Cale turned to me. The anger had vanished from his face, replaced by a quiet concern. Did they scare you? He asked. I shook my head, my voice a little unsteady. No. Good. He reached out, and with a gentleness that belied his previous ferocity, he brushed a wind-blown strand of hair from my cheek. His fingers were warm against my cold skin. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one will dare bully you. Looking into his serious, unwavering eyes, my heart did something strange and entirely unexpected. It didn't just skip a beat. It felt like it turned over completely. The nest of snakes in my stomach settled, soothed by the simple, powerful conviction in his promise. He wasn't just protecting a business partner. He was protecting me. The confrontation at the courtyard gate was the spark that lit the fuse. News of our marriage and the dramatic scene with Cale's mother spread through the military compound like a wildfire fanned by a gale. I was no longer just Chloe Reed, the discarded ex-wife. I was Chloe Vance, the shameless woman who had ensnared the formidable Captain Vance barely moments after her divorce. The whispers followed me everywhere. I heard them at the communal water tap, saw them in the averted glances and poorly concealed stares when I went to the small commissary. She must be something in bed. She's using him to get back at Liam. Poor Captain Vance, tricked by a pretty face. He'll toss her out soon enough. I told myself I didn't care. Their opinions were meaningless. I had survived Liam's betrayal. I could survive a few catty remarks. But the truth was each whispered word was a tiny paper cut, and by the end of the day I felt raw and bleeding. Cale of course noticed. He was far more perceptive than anyone gave him credit for. When he came home from work that evening, he didn't bring up the rumors. Instead, he walked through the door holding a large, greasy paper bag that filled the small villa with the irresistible aroma of roasted meat. "Brought us a treat," he announced, placing the bag on the table. "A whole roast duck, glistening and golden." I managed a small smile. "It smells amazing." But my appetite was non-existent. The gossip was a rock in my stomach. He sat down beside me, his gaze intent. "What's wrong?" When I didn't answer immediately, he added, his voice softer, "Still upset about the rumors?" I shook my head, then sighed, my shoulders slumping. My silence was an answer in itself. "Chloe," he said, his eyes locking with mine, demanding my attention. "People will always talk. Their mouths belong to them and they'll say whatever they want. We just need to live our lives well. Their noise is irrelevant." "But I started, the words catching in my throat. "But I'm dragging your name through the mud. But I'm making you a subject of ridicule." "No buts," he cut in, his tone leaving no room for argument. A faint, exasperated smile touched his lips. "You have to trust that your husband is perfectly capable of protecting you and his own reputation." "Your husband?" The word sent a strange shiver through me. "Thank you, Cale." "Dummy," he chuckled, and then he did something that shocked me. He reached out and ruffled my hair, the gesture so casually affectionate it stole my breath. "Now eat before it gets cold. It won't taste as good later." The simple act, the warmth in his touch, broke through the chill of my anxiety. I nodded, picked up my chopsticks and took a piece of the duck. It was perfectly crispy, the meat tender and flavorful. Maybe it was his comfort, or maybe I was just finally allowing myself to be hungry, but with each bite my mood gradually lifted. The rock in my stomach began to dissolve. In the days that followed, we settled into a quiet, comfortable rhythm. Cale was a creature of habit, leaving for the base and returning at almost the exact same time each day. Our life together was a far cry from the dramatic passion and subsequent coldness of my marriage to Liam. This was peaceful. And in that peace I began to see the real Cale Vance, the man behind the legend of the madman. He wasn't cold or heartless. He was reserved, a man of few words, but his actions spoke volumes. He remembered that I liked roasted chestnuts, and would appear one evening with a small warm bag of them, handing it to me without a word. A week later, when cramps doubled me over, he didn't offer empty sympathy. He just quietly prepared a cup of brown sugar water and placed it in my hands. One night, I fell asleep on the sofa reading. I woke up hours later in the dark, disoriented, only to find a soft blanket tucked carefully around me. The scent of his sandalwood cologne lingered on it. He must have come home, seen me sleeping, and done that before retiring to his own room. My heart, little by little, began to melt in the warmth of his quiet care. I found myself starting to listen for the sound of his jeep pulling into the courtyard in the evening, a sense of anticipation fluttering in my chest. I began to miss the faint, clean scent of tobacco that clung to his clothes. I didn't know if this was love. It was too soon, too complicated. But I knew one thing for sure. This man, with his steady presence and unspoken devotion, was becoming essential. I was growing accustomed to him, to us. Just when I thought our fragile new life might find its footing in this quiet understanding, an uninvited guest shattered the peace. I was in the kitchen chopping vegetables for lunch when a shadow fell across the doorway. I looked up and my blood ran cold. Liam stood there. He looked terrible. Thinner, his uniform hanging slightly loose on his frame. His eyes were hollow, shadowed by heavy, bloodshot bruises, as if he hadn't slept in weeks. "Chloe," he said, his voice hoarse, scraping over the syllables of my name. The knife stilled in my hand. "What are you doing here, Liam?" "I just wanted to see you." He took a step inside, his eyes devouring me as if he were a starving man. "I'm doing just fine. You don't need to trouble yourself." I turned my back on him, focusing on the vegetables with a feigned concentration I was far from feeling. "Chloe, wait. Please." His voice was desperate. He moved closer, and before I could react, his hand closed around my wrist. "Can we talk? Please, just talk." I yanked my hand away as if burned. "Talk? What is left to talk about? Liam, we're divorced. It's over." "I know," he said, closing his eyes as if in physical pain. When he opened them, they were swimming with a torment that, a month ago, would have shattered me. "Chloe, I was wrong. I know that now. Please, Give me another chance. I let out a laugh, a harsh, brittle sound that held no humor. Give you another chance? So you can kick me out again the next time Maya snaps her fingers? No thank you. No I won't, he said urgently, his hands clenching at his sides. I've broken it off with her. It's over. That gave me pause. I was genuinely surprised. You broke up with her? He nodded, a muscle ticking in his jaw. She's pregnant. The air left my lungs. So that was it. The final piece of the puzzle. But the child. He continued, the words seeming to cause him physical pain, isn't mine. And when I found out, all I could think about was you. I realized what a fool I've been. I can't forget you, Chloe. Please, let's get back together. We can start over. I looked at him, at the man I had loved with every fiber of my being for 3 years, and all I felt was a deep, overwhelming sense of irony. He wasn't here because he loved me. He was here because he'd been humiliated. I was his consolation prize. Liam, I said, my voice dangerously calm. Do you really think I'm some kind of fool who comes and goes at your convenience? That I'm just sitting here, waiting for you to realize my worth after you've been discarded by your precious Maya? That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? I stared at him, my gaze as cold as the day he'd thrown me out. You left me for her without a second thought. Now that she's turned out to be a lying, pregnant disappointment, you come crawling back to me. What am I to you? Your backup plan? Your safe harbor? His face turned a sickly shade of pale. No. You're the woman I love. Get out, I snapped, pointing the knife I was still holding toward the door. My hand was steady. I don't ever want to see you again, Liam. Get out. Just then the front door opened. Cale stood there, having come home for lunch. The moment his eyes landed on Liam, the temperature in the room dropped by 20 degrees. His face, usually so controlled, darkened with a storm of pure, unadulterated fury. What? He asked, his voice a low, deadly whisper. Are you doing here? The air in the kitchen crackled with a volatile energy, a three-way standoff charged with past betrayal and present possession. Liam, for his part, didn't back down. He straightened his shoulders, his own hostility rising to meet Cale's. This is between me and Chloe, Liam said, his tone bristling. It's none of your business. Cale took a step forward, his movement fluid and predatory. He didn't even glance at me. His entire focus was on the man he considered a trespasser. She is my wife, he stated flatly, moving to stand slightly in front of me, a human shield. Everything about her is my business. If you dare bother her again, don't blame me for what happens next. Your wife. Liam let out a mocking, bitter laugh. Cale Vance, don't think I'm an idiot. Don't think everyone on this base is an idiot. You and Chloe are only married on paper. It's a transaction. A revenge plot. Can you honestly stand there and tell me you have real feelings for her? Cale looked like he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. A cold, dangerous smile played on his lips. My feelings, he repeated, his voice dropping to a silken, menacing purr. You're in no position to question how I feel. Then, without a single word of warning, he turned, cupped my face in his hands and kissed me. It was nothing like the chaste, performative kiss at the Civil Affairs Bureau. This was forceful, scorching, and overwhelming. It was a kiss of possession, of punishment, of raw, undeniable claim. His lips were soft yet demanding, and the faint taste of tobacco and coffee was intoxicating. I was so completely stunned that I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My hands, still holding the stupid vegetable knife, hung limply at my sides. The world narrowed to the pressure of his mouth on mine, the scent of him filling my senses, the solid warmth of his body against me. Liam made a strangled sound. Cale, let her go. He rushed toward us, his face a mask of crimson rage, intent on pulling us apart. But Cale only tightened his arm around my waist, pulling me flush against him, and deepened the kiss. It was a blatant, open challenge. It was Cale Vance drawing a line in the sand with Liam Hayes on the wrong side of it. Only when I was genuinely lightheaded, my knees weak, did he finally break the kiss, his breath warm against my flushed cheek. He turned his head, his eyes locking with Liam's, his expression one of pure, unadulterated defiance. He was still holding me tightly, my back pressed against his chest. See that? Cale's voice was rough, a little breathless. That's how real my feelings are. Liam trembled, pointing a shaking finger at us. You. What about us? Kale said, a smug, triumphant grin spreading across his face. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying shattering Liam's last remaining hope. We're legally married. Being affectionate with my wife isn't a crime, is it? Or are you just jealous that she kisses me back? That was the final killing blow. Liam looked from Kale's triumphant face to my own, which I knew was flushed and dazed. He was so furious he was rendered speechless. With one last venomous glare that promised this wasn't over, he turned on his heel and stormed out of the house, slamming the door so hard the frame shook. The moment he was gone, the fierce tension in Kale's body eased. He released me, taking a small step back. Did that scare you? He asked, his voice returning to its usual calm cadence. I snapped out of my daze, my heart still hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My lips tingled. I could still feel the ghost of his kiss. No, I replied, my own voice quiet but steady. Good, he said simply. If he bothers you again, just come straight to me. He then turned and walked toward the study as if he hadn't just upended my entire emotional world. I nodded, though my heart was a complete chaotic mess. That night I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. My mind kept circling back to that kiss. The feel of his lips, the strength of his arms, the raw, masculine scent of him. My face heated in the darkness just thinking about it. It hadn't felt like part of a transaction. It felt real. Just then a soft knock came at the door. You still awake? It was Kale's voice. My heart jumped into my throat. Before I could formulate a response, he pushed the door open and came in, holding a cup of warm brown sugar water. It's your time of the month, right? He asked, his tone a little awkward, as if he wasn't quite sure how to navigate this particular intimacy. I was momentarily stunned. He remembered. I hadn't expected him to keep track of something like that. Thank you, I said, my voice soft as I accepted the cup. The warmth seeped into my hands, a soft counterpoint to the heat still simmering in my blood from the memory of his kiss. I'm sorry about earlier, he suddenly said. I looked up at him, confused. For what? The kiss, he clarified, shoving his hands in his pockets, clearly embarrassed. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I didn't want him to think he still had a chance. I wanted to end it. Seeing this powerful, feared man looking so flustered over a kiss sent a wave of unexpected tenderness through me. I couldn't help but smile. I know. You're not mad. I shook my head. No. He let out a sigh of relief I don't think he even knew he was holding. Then he muttered under his breath, almost too low for me to hear. Honestly, I've wanted to do that for a long time. I blinked, sure I had misheard. What? He looked up, meeting my gaze directly, his embarrassment replaced by a startling sincerity. Ever since the day Liam and I became rivals, I've been paying attention to him. And naturally to you. I saw how good you were to him. How you stood by him. He was a damn fool who didn't know how to cherish you. He took a step closer, his dark eyes holding mine captive. Lucky for me, you're mine now. My face flushed a bright, burning red. My heart was pounding again, but this time with a wild, hopeful, terrifying joy. Was that a confession? From that day on, something fundamental shifted between us. The deliberate distance we had maintained evaporated. He'd hold my hand when we walked together, his thumb stroking absent circles on my skin. He'd straighten my collar before we went out, his fingers brushing against my neck, sending shivers down my spine. And I, in turn, began to grow not just accustomed to his nearness, but to crave it. I stopped flinching at his touch and instead leaned into it. I began to look forward to the simple domestic rituals of our life together. That weekend he took me to visit his family's old estate. I had braced myself for a battlefield, for a cold reception from Eleanor Vance. But to my stunned surprise, her attitude had done a complete 180. It was clear Kale had spoken to her, and whatever he had said, it had worked. She held my hand, her grip firm, and asked about my well-being with a genuine concern that felt alien coming from her. She fussed over me, insisting I have more tea, more pastries, her earlier venom replaced by a cautious, almost warm curiosity. Nah, she said, using the nickname Kale had apparently given me in their private conversations. When are you and Kale planning to give me a grandchild? You're not getting any younger, you know. My face instantly flamed. I looked down at my lap, my throat tight. The old, familiar dread coiled in my stomach. Mom, there's no rush. Kale interjected smoothly, coming to my rescue. He placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. We're planning to enjoy a couple of years together, just the two of us, before we even think about kids. A couple of years? Mrs. Vance shot him a glare. You're not getting any younger and you're still talking about enjoying a couple of years? She then turned her formidable attention back to me. Let me tell you this. By next year I must be holding my grandchild. I lowered my head further, unable to meet her eyes. A dull, familiar ache settled deep in my chest. If she knew the truth, if she knew I might be barren, would this newfound warmth vanish? Would I once again be the unsuitable, flawed woman who wasn't good enough for her son? When we left the Vance family estate later that evening, my mood was heavy, the joy from the day overshadowed by the shadow of my secret. Kale, perceptive as always, didn't miss my silence. Don't listen to my mom, he said, his hand finding mine on the car seat between us. His fingers laced through mine, a simple, grounding gesture. When it comes to kids, we'll just go with the flow. No pressure. I nodded, squeezing his hand in gratitude, but my heart was still a tangled, anxious knot. He was being so perfect, so understanding. It only made the secret I carried feel heavier, a betrayal of the trust that was slowly blooming between us. The peace we had built felt fragile in the days that followed the visit to the Vance estate. Kale's words were a comfort, but his mother's expectation hung over me like a shroud. I threw myself into making the villa a home, trying to lose my anxieties in the simple acts of cleaning, cooking, and arranging. Kale noticed my quiet tension but seemed to understand I needed space, offering silent support through his steady presence. It was during one of these quiet afternoons that the phone rang, its shrill tones slicing through the calm. I picked it up, my hello, cautious. Chloe. It's Maya. Her voice was sharp, unpleasant, devoid of its usual fake sweetness. Come outside. I'm waiting for you at the cafe across the street. My grip tightened on the receiver. I have nothing to say to you, Maya. We have plenty to talk about, she hissed. Unless you're too much of a coward to face me. I knew it was a trap. I knew nothing good could come from this. But a stubborn, angry part of me refused to let her think she could intimidate me. I had run from her once. I wouldn't do it again. Fine, I said coldly. 5 minutes. I found her sitting at a corner table by the window, her makeup impeccably applied, a cup of untouched coffee in front of her. But she couldn't hide the deep-seated exhaustion in her eyes, the faint lines of stress around her mouth. The glamour was cracking. What do you want? I asked, not bothering to sit down. She looked up at me, her eyes narrowed. Emma, talk to Liam for me. I let out a disbelieving laugh. You've got to be joking. You steal my husband, destroy my marriage, and now you want me to help you win him back? Why don't you go to hell? Her face twisted, the mask of civility shattering. You ungrateful little, she snapped, then caught herself, lowering her voice to a venomous whisper. Just because you married Kale Vance, you think you're safe now? You think you've won? Let me tell you, no one in the Vance family is going to accept a barren hen like you. The world stopped. The air was sucked from my lungs. The background noise of the cafe faded into a dull roar. My stomach plummeted as if I'd stepped off a cliff. How? I stammered, my voice a dry rasp. How do you know? She smirked, a smug, cruel expression that made my skin crawl. If you want to keep secrets, you'd better be better at hiding them. You really thought you'd tucked that diagnosis away so well? I knew from the start. I went through your things when you were out. The violation was so profound it left me breathless. She had been in my most private spaces, touching my most private fears. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. So you told Liam? I asked, my voice trembling with a fury so pure it was blinding. Of course I did, she said, not even trying to deny it. He deserved to know the truth. That you're a liar. That you're not good enough for him. That you're broken. I was shaking, my whole body trembling with rage. You're despicable, Maya. She leaned back in her seat, a cruel, triumphant smile playing on her lips. Despicable? Please, Chloe. You're still too green, too naive to go up against someone like me. I didn't care whether Liam knew or not. It had nothing to do with him anymore. He had made his choice based on his love for her, not on my fertility. But looking at Maya's twisted, gloating expression, knowing the depth of her malice, made my stomach churn with a violent nausea. Without another thought, I reached for the full cup of coffee in front of her. In one fluid, furious motion, I flung the dark, lukewarm liquid directly into her face. She shrieked, coffee dripping from her hair, her nose, onto her expensive silk blouse. "Maya, listen carefully," I said, my voice low and colder than I had ever heard it. I leaned over the table, my eyes locked on her shocked, dripping face. "Even if it kills me, I will never, ever bow down to someone like you." And with that, I turned on my heel and walked away, leaving her sputtering and humiliated in the middle of the cafe. I held my head high, my back straight until I was out of her sight. The moment I stepped back into the quiet solitude of the villa, the bravado evaporated. The shock, the violation, the raw hatred, it all crashed down on me at once. I collapsed to the floor in the entryway, my legs giving way. I wrapped my arms around myself and finally let it out. I cried. I sobbed uncontrollably, great heaving sobs that tore from my chest until it ached. I cried for the betrayal, for the humiliation, for the secret that was now a weapon in the hands of my enemy. I cried for the peace that had been so brutally shattered. I didn't hear Cale come home. I just felt his presence. He didn't say a word. He didn't ask what was wrong. He simply walked over, knelt down on the floor beside me and wrapped his arms tightly around me, pulling me into the solid, safe harbor of his chest. "Let it out," he whispered into my hair, his hand making slow, soothing circles on my back. "You'll feel better after you cry." And so I did. I buried my face in his shirt, ruining it with my tears, and cried out every last bit of pain, humiliation, and bitterness I had buried in my heart for months. I cried until I had no tears left, until the storm of my emotions finally began to subside, leaving me spent and hollow in his arms. When my sobs had quieted to shaky hiccups, I pulled back, embarrassed. "I'm sorry," I mumbled, wiping at my tear-streaked face. "I ruined your shirt." "Dummy," he said gently, his voice rough with emotion. He reached out and tapped the tip of my nose, a gesture so tender it made my heart ache. "It's just a shirt. You matter more than anything else." I looked up at him, my vision blurry, my heart so full of a confusing mix of anguish and warmth it felt like it might burst. "Cale, He cut me off softly. "Maya came to see you, didn't she?" I nodded, fresh tears welling. There was no point in hiding it. I told him everything word for word, my voice trembling. I told him about her going through my things, about her knowing the diagnosis, about her telling Liam, about her cruel taunts. As he listened, his expression darkened. The gentle concern in his eyes was replaced by a glacial coldness, a look of such deadly intent that it should have frightened me. But it didn't. It made me feel protected. "That woman," he said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble, "really has a death wish." "Cale, don't," I said, grabbing his arm. A sudden fear for him lanced through me. "Don't do anything impulsive. I don't want to cause you trouble. She's not worth it. She came after my wife," he stated, as if it were the most simple, fundamental law in the universe. "And I'm just supposed to sit back and do nothing?" He let out a short, harsh scoff. "If I let that happen, what kind of man would I be?" He cupped my face, his thumb wiping away a stray tear. "Don't worry. I'll handle it. My way." The very next day, shocking news rippled through the entire military compound, eclipsing all the gossip about me. Maya's father, a prominent businessman, had been abruptly arrested on charges of bribery and massive embezzlement. The evidence was overwhelming, the case moving with startling speed. The entire Sioux family empire collapsed overnight. And Maya herself, it turned out, was not just an innocent bystander. She was taken in for questioning on suspicion of being complicit, of helping to cover up her father's crimes. I knew with a certainty that settled deep in my bones that this was Cale's doing. He had defended me, not with fists or shouting, but with a quiet, ruthless strategic strike that destroyed the source of her power and prestige. He had avenged me without saying a word to me about his plans. My heart was profoundly touched, but a new, different trouble took root. His power was awe-inspiring, but it also highlighted my own vulnerability. I was becoming a liability, a source of conflict that required him to wield his influence in dangerous ways. The weight of my secret, my perceived inadequacy, felt heavier than ever. I loved him for what he had done, but I hated that I had needed him to do it. That night, after a silent, tense dinner, I went to him as he sat reading in his study. My hands were clenched, my courage a fragile thing. "We need to talk," I said, my voice barely audible. He looked up, marking his place in the book. What is it? I took a deep, shuddering breath, summoning every ounce of strength I had left. Let's get a divorce. The silence that followed my words was absolute, so profound I could hear the frantic beating of my own heart. Cale's face, which had been relaxed in concentration, hardened instantly. The air in the study grew thick and cold. What? He said, his voice dangerously quiet. Did you just say? I forced myself to meet his gaze, though every instinct screamed at me to look away. I said, let's get a divorce. The words felt like shards of glass in my throat. I can't have children, Cale. No. I don't want to drag you down. You deserve a real wife, a real family. Drag me down. He let out a cold, disbelieving laugh that held no humor. He stood up slowly, his height suddenly intimidating. He walked around the desk until he was standing right in front of me. Is that what you think of me, Chloe? That I'm the kind of man who would abandon his wife, the woman he loves, because of something like that? But. No buts, he cut me off, his voice rising, laced with a raw pain I had never heard from him before. He grabbed my shoulders, his grip firm but not painful. Listen to me. From the moment you married me, you became my wife. Not for a contract, not for revenge. My wife. In this life, in the next, and the one after that, you will always be my wife. Do you understand me? Tears spilled from my eyes, streaming down my face unchecked. But your mother, the family name, the pressure. My mother, he said, his tone firm and unwavering, is not the one I married. She will learn to be happy with the choices I have made and the woman I have chosen. End of discussion. He pulled me tightly into his arms, crushing me against his chest. I could feel the frantic, angry beat of his heart. So don't you ever think about leaving me. Don't you dare. I broke then, sobbing into his shirt for the second time in as many days, but this time the tears were of relief, of a profound, soul-deep release. The heavy chain of my secret, the fear of being a burden, shattered and fell away under the sheer force of his declaration. Why are you so good to me, Cale? I whispered, my voice muffled against his chest. Because I love you. The 3 words were simple, clear, and they settled into the deepest part of me, filling every crack and hollow that had been carved by loss and betrayal. He loved me, Chloe, with all my flaws, with my past, with my uncertain future. He lowered his head and kissed me. Not like the fierce, possessive kiss meant for Liam's eyes. Not like the gentle, comforting kisses of the past few weeks. This kiss was tender, deep, and full of a reverence that stole my breath. It was a promise. It was a confession. It was a new beginning. I closed my eyes and kissed him back, pouring all my gratitude, all my newfound love, all my hope into the kiss. And I knew with a certainty that eclipsed everything else, that I had truly, completely, and irrevocably fallen in love with my husband. Later, Cale went to speak with his mother alone. I never asked what he said to her, what arguments he used, what truths he laid bare. But after that day, Eleanor Vance never mentioned children or grandchildren to me again. In fact, her attitude underwent a final, permanent thaw. She began to treat me not just with acceptance, but with a genuine, if somewhat formal, affection. She told me during one of our now regular visits, children are a matter of fate. If you and Cale are blessed with one, that is wonderful. If not, it does not matter. A family is built on love and respect. As long as you two are happy, nothing else is more important. When I looked at her kind, smiling face, my heart filled with a gratitude so immense it brought fresh tears to my eyes. The dragon had not just been tamed, she had been won over. Cale had built a fortress around our marriage and I was safe inside it. Sometime later, Liam came to see me one last time. He found me in the courtyard, tending to the small rose bushes Cale had planted for me. He looked broken, the proud colonel reduced to a shell of a man. He didn't speak. He simply knelt in the gravel before me, his head bowed. Chloe, he said, his voice thick with tears. I was wrong. I know that now. I regret everything. I'm willing to give up my rank, my position, everything, just for a chance to have you back. I looked down at him, the man who had once been my entire world, and I felt nothing but a distant pity. There was no love, no hate, not even anger. Just the quiet acknowledgement of a path not taken, a lesson painfully learned. Liam, I said, my voice calm and clear. There's no going back. The past is past. I looked toward the house where I knew Cale was waiting for me. A soft, genuine smile touched my lips. I already have my happiness. I hope you find yours. Then I turned and walked away, back toward the villa, back toward my life, without a single backward glance. I was finally, completely free. The year that followed was the happiest of my life. The shadows of the past receded, replaced by the bright, steady light of Cale's love. Our marriage, born from a transaction, had become the most real and solid thing I had ever known. We were a team, partners in every sense of the word. The compound's gossip about us slowly died, replaced by a respectful acknowledgement of the obvious. Captain Vance was utterly devoted to his wife and she to him. I stopped thinking about the diagnosis. Cale's words had truly freed me from its burden. We were happy and that was enough. So when I started feeling unusually tired, when the smell of Cale's morning coffee suddenly made my stomach turn, I dismissed it as stress or a passing bug. But the fatigue and nausea persisted. A prickle of something, not quite hope, not quite fear, made me buy a test from a pharmacy far from the prying eyes of the compound. I took it home, my hands shaking, my heart a wild drum in my chest. When the 2 pink lines appeared, clear and undeniable, I sank to the bathroom floor, the plastic stick clattering from my fingers. I stared at it, disbelief and a joy so fierce it was almost painful warring inside me. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be. A fresh wave of panic sent me to a different doctor, a specialist in the city, my secret clutched tightly in my hand. Cale, concerned by my pale face, wanted to come, but I begged him to let me go alone. I needed to know for sure before I shattered the peaceful world we had built. The doctor, a kind-faced older woman, reviewed the new tests and the old diagnosis. She shook her head. A misdiagnosis, she said gently. It happens more often than you'd think. Especially with less sophisticated equipment. There is absolutely no reason you can't have children, Mrs. Vance. In fact, according to these results, you are already about 6 weeks pregnant. I held the new, correct medical report in my hands, the paper crisp and definitive. Tears streamed down my face, but they were tears of pure, unadulterated joy. The old, crumpled diagnosis that had haunted me for so long was just a piece of paper, a monument to a fear that was now obsolete. I practically ran home, bursting through the front door. Cale was in the living room, his brow furrowed with worry the moment he saw my tear-streaked face. "Chloe? What's wrong? What did the doctor say?" I couldn't speak. I just walked over to him, threw my arms around his neck and pressed the new report into his hand, sobbing against his shoulder. He held me, his body tense with concern as he scanned the paper. I felt the exact moment he understood. His entire body went still. Then a shudder went through him. He pulled back, his hands cradling my face, his own eyes shining with unshed tears. Is this real?" he whispered, his voice rough with emotion. I nodded, laughing and crying at the same time. "It was a mistake, Cale. All this time, it was a mistake." A sound escaped him then, a laugh of pure, unbridled wonder and relief. He hugged me so tightly my feet left the ground, spinning me around in the middle of our living room. "I knew it," he laughed, the sound rich and joyful like that of a child who had been given the world. "I knew my wife was the best." The news spread through the compound, this time as a story of happy wonder. The Vance family was expecting. Eleanor was over the moon, her earlier demands forgotten in the sheer delight of the impending arrival. She fussed over me more than ever, her dragon's heart seemingly melted into goo. 10 months later, after a pregnancy that was thankfully smooth, I gave birth in a military hospital, Cale's hand a constant grounding presence in mine. And in a final breathtaking twist of fate, we were blessed with 2 perfect squalling infants, a boy and a girl. Our son was the spitting image of Cale, with a shock of dark hair and a fierce, determined little brow. Our daughter, the doctor said, had my eyes. Seeing the 2 little angels with their rosy cheeks and tiny, perfect fingers, my heart felt so full I thought it would surely burst with the force of my love. Cale Vance, the man once feared as the most ruthless officer in the district, became famously wife-whipped and a total girl dad. Every day after work, the first thing he did was rush home, still in his uniform, to scoop up our daughter, cooing nonsense to her, while our son would be contentedly tucked in the crook of my arm. The sight of the formidable Captain Vance gently rocking a baby and singing off-key lullabies became a common and beloved one in our little villa. He was the gentlest, most loving husband and father I could ever have imagined. And I, Chloe Vance, who had once been thrown out into the snow with a torn-up marriage certificate and a broken heart, had at last found the happiness that was truly, completely and wonderfully my own. Our story hadn't been a simple one. It was forged in betrayal, tempered in a pact of convenience, and ultimately strengthened by a love that proved powerful enough to overcome any secret, any enemy, and any mistaken diagnosis. We had built our future not on a foundation of paper, but on one of unwavering choice and fierce, protective love. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. They're after your painting, the private detective asserted, and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust. I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her. But I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings. But at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly has talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.